Well, this looks like an abomination. For those of you that don't know, you can buy the Deck Builder's Toolkit, which has a bunch of commons and uncommons from Strixhaven. I'm very happy to get Detention Vortex. I'm going to be playing Enduring Ideal with that card later because I love it. But at first, I think I would make the most toxic deck I could. Hi, Sissia. How's it going? Did the announcement go out in the... Oh, it hasn't gone out yet. Stupid bot. Well, thanks for showing up. Glad to have you. Hey, Six Sigma, how's it going? Glad to have you. Let's see, what else can I do to make this deck just mean? Yeah, so Strixhaven's not out, but the Deck Builder's Toolkit is available for purchase on Modo, and it contains a random assortment of commons and uncommons from Strixhaven, of which Clever Lumenmancer is one. So I figured I'd just build the most toxic one-shot deck I could from scratch, just to see if I could make people regret their life choices. What other 0-mana spells are there in Modern? Are any of the Pacts good in this deck? Let's see. Oh, they changed CMC to MV. We only brew coffee on this stream. I'm going to have to ask you to change your brewing schedule. I was fairly certain that there were some decent instants and sorceries that we could use. You know what? I'll put Pact of Negation in the sideboard. It's going to be one of these decks. What other cards have Storm in Modern? Format. Yeah, let's go Modern. Garbage unsubscribed, except I can't. Weather the Storm? Actually, that's hilarious. Let's do it. I'm playing the all rainbow mana base, so... The idea is we just kill our opponent on turn 1. That is, or turn 2, excuse me. Oh, you know what we don't have, which is better than Tainted Strike? Raylin, get out of here with your troll suggestions. This actually lets me have a reasonable number of colors in the mana base. We'll play Thud. We only want 2 Thuds, though, because we don't want... We don't want multiple Thuds in hand. This does mean I can basically just be red-white, though. And I don't have to do the rainbow mana shenanigans. I don't want the cards in the sideboard. Well, I guess if I want Weather the Storm, I do. Or Thoughtseize. You think you can't get a Kiln Fiend up to 7 power? Oh, no! Oh my gosh, Raylin. It wasn't actually a troll. Okay, hang on. Doesn't it specify colorless creature, though? Hang on, not of this world. Isn't it? Counter target spell. Why? Not of this world. I searched for this directly and I couldn't find it. The spell costs 7 less if it targets a spell or ability that targets a creature you control with power 7 or greater. Oh, that'd be fantastic. Oh, we need like a Teamer Battle Rage, actually. Or like 2. Let's see. What are the best red... I guess Arid Mesa. Battlefield Forge. Just trying to think of the best untapped red-white duels I can play in this deck. Then like a couple of gemstone mines. Finally did he post? Like 10 minutes, 20 minutes after I started? It's not my birthday, Tarek, but welcome. Alright, what else? What else should I be playing in the sideboard here? We need Shatter Spree. And then heck, I don't know. Isn't there Mindbreak Trap? Is Mindbreak Trap one that I can actually abuse in this deck? Ricochet Trap might be fun. If an opponent casts 3 or more spells, that'll be the anti-this deck. This is not Storm. This is Clever Lumenmancer shenanigans. This looks like a reasonable deck. So many 1-drops. So, I've said this a couple of times, but nobody was here. Apparently, some of the Strixhaven cards are released, but only through the Deck Builder's Toolkit that you can buy on Moto. None of the other cards are available. But Clever Lumenmancer is one of them. That's a card I will never be able to say correctly. At least not on the first try. Fury of the... Oh my god, Raelin? Raelin. That is dirty. We can play a couple of Fury of the Hordes. I can move maybe Apostle's Blessing to the sideboard over, I don't know, Mana Tithes. Okay, so this is our elemental one-shot deck. I was thinking about running the Rainbow Mana base and playing like Thoughtseizes and Tainted Strike. But let's just try playing this deck. Into the 2-player queues we go. Why are you opening on this monitor? Don't open on this monitor. Enjoy walking the puppy. Oh, man. I don't actually think Fury of the Horde is good because of the amount of resources we have to give up, but, like, potentially, it's effectively a 0-mana double strike if I have a whole bunch of spells I can't cast on my hand. Quit opening on the wrong monitor. Jeez. More of a way to pitch extra creatures? Yeah, I could see that. We're keeping. Now the real question is, are we facing the mirror? Opponent plays Cavern on human. Nice Lava Dart flashback. Don't hate. We get Gut Shot. So we'll lead on Gemstone Mine. Play Clever Lumimancer. Pass the turn. Yeah, I should be playing more mountains. Opponent untaps. Aether Vial. Take it up to 1. Moto's already chugging. This might be the world record Moto restart. Great Bone Daddy, thanks for resubscribing. 26 months. That's a lot. I might Gut Shot if they activate Vial here. So we untap. We draw a second Lumimancer. Bluetron with alterations from Strix. Not all the cards are legal, so that might have to wait until Strixhaven's actually out, which is tomorrow. Let's see. So let's Battlefield Forge. Gutshot Champion. Lumimancer counter. They're gonna Vial in response. Alright, Manamorphose time. Adding red. Another Gut Shot. You know what? Sure. Gut Shot. Okay, opponent can Vial in a 1-drop. Another champion. Lava Dart. Then we'll let this one fizzle. Play Niv Magus. Go to combat. Hit them for 8. Man, could you imagine if I'd had an Assault Strobe there? They'd be dead. Or a Thud. Although, we kind of just absolutely blew everything we had on that. Opponent ticks up 1 Vial to 1, another Vial to 2. They play Ancient Ziggurat. They got a 3-mana human. It's Mantis Rider. They're going to Vial in a 2-drop. It's Thalia's Lieutenant. Well, that is less than good. We untap. After taking 4, we draw. Arid Mesa. There's our flashback. Play Arid Mesa. I didn't put any basic mountains in this deck, so we're absolutely paying all of this life. Play Kiln Fiend. And, yeah, play Lumimancer. Pass the turn. No attacks. Who needs basic mountains? This guy, apparently. So opponent draws. Wonder if we're playing too many lands. They attack us for 4. That's fine. Is it possible we aren't greedy enough? You mean, like, should I be cycling, what is it? The stupid Street Wraith? We draw Gut Shot, which is actually excellent. Go to combat. Attack with the whole team. Opponent blocks. Oh, I should have gut shot prior to blocks. That's actually incorrect. Because this doesn't have trample. So we'll gut shot there, I guess. Yeah, I shouldn't have done that. I should have done it pre-combat, is what I'm trying to say here. So I can flashback Lava Dart, ping them for 1, and then they take 9. You know what? Sure. I bungled this up so bad, but that's Kano for you, right? Yeah, that was a punt. Go ahead and punt command that. Opponent goes to 3. All they have to have is a Lord, and we die. Actually, I can't kill my opponent because I can't cast any more spells. Alright, never mind. Next game. I think we just run this back because we have way higher power hands than that one hiding in this deck. They do exist. Yes, Bone Daddy. Dick record, it is not my birthday. Soon. Really? I flashbacked the Lava Dart. It wasn't enough. If I had actually gut shot when I was supposed to, and then Lava Darted their face, it would have been lethal. If they had to have a card in hand to violin. All right, I'll play first. I mean, we've got Kiln Fiend, Teamer Battle Rage, and Mutagenic Growth. I'll keep this. No, I only had the one. I used a gut shot. The other one was a gut shot. And I only had one mountain at any point in that game. Is this a deck using only Lumimancer and Fiend? No, it has Niv Magus Elemental in it as well. Alright, opponent starts Aether Vial. We'll get a Sacred Foundry tapped. Yeah, already a punt, Six Sigma. You know me. Play Kiln Fiend. Pass the turn. We built the perfect mana base. Railing. Oh gosh. I'm pretty sure my opponent is just dead. I don't think there's anything they could have. Watch them play Kite Sail Freebooter. Sure, I misread Moto Tiny Text. Nobody is going to fault you for misreading Tiny Moto Text. That is just how the Moto do. Alright. I guess they could have Dismember, but we're gonna go Nuclear. We draw Gemstone Mine. Play Inspiring Vantage. Go to combat. Attack for 1, air quotes. Opponent blocks, so Lava Dart Champion. Opponent is going to vial in another human. It's another champion. This is fine. So then we flashback Lava Dart on this champion. We mutagenic growth. And then we Teamer Battle Rage. Just casual 30 damage. Puny champions of the parish. Alright. Run it back for game 3. Kiln Fiend Hangry. This hand has too many lands in it. Give him the Turkey Bacon Ranch. Oh, this hand is great, but no payoff, creature. Alright, here we go. Here we go. We're going to put back Teamer Battle Rage. And an Inspiring Vantage, because we want the mountain. Opponent leads on Ancient Ziggurat. We draw a second Niv Magus. So we shock, play Niv Magus, pass the turn. Opponent untaps. Don't you dare play Athalia. Oh! Auriok champion. Well, now I'm gonna have to thud. Thwarting my plans. The third mutagenic growth. Alright, I have a plan. I have a plan. And it involves murdering him with whatever creature he doesn't block. Don't play a creature, opponent. Just cast anything else. No! You're not supposed to cast cards I can't do anything about. If we were on the play, we'd have won this. If we were on the play, we'd have hit them for like 10 on turn 2. Assault Strobe. Okay, I'm going to concede because the game is lagging so bad. Unfortunately, Ground Rift is a sorcerer. Oh, well. I mean, you got me there, Raylin. Alright, hang on a minute. I must restart the client. You know it, Raylin. That's absolutely how you win the game. Played a Pillow Fort deck yesterday. Sphere of Safety got copied 5 times with all other enchantments out. Opponent had to pay roughly 250 mana to attack with a single creature. I'm sure they could swing it. Oh, boy. Come on, collection window. Let's fix this deck, shall we? Just put every Tron land in play. Yeah, Scape Shift for your Tron lands. That'll work. Okay, we need the cycling lands? I don't know if we need the cycling lands. You just still lost? Could you just not find a way to win? Or did you not have enough time for... Oh, the Horizon lands. Yeah, no, that's better than Battlefield Forge. Well, Moto is actively crashing. Despite my best efforts here. That's why you need Mist Veil Plains as a win con. Yeah, actually, you do need Mist Veil Plains in that deck. Exasperated Moto noises. The pack opening sound effect was too much. Holy crap, it's like dead too. Alright, we're experiencing technical difficulties. I do not want to report this to Microsoft. Let's try again, shall we? Moto can't withstand the power of this one-shot deck. Welcome, Jod. I think there's one available. One was already redeemed for Bluetron, but that's going to have to be a league. Also, welcome, Makoriko. How's it going? That's definitely what it feels like. It's the only card legal from Strixhaven of really any note. There's a few others. Like, I'm going to be playing Enduring Ideal probably soon, because they released the enchantment removal spell that I'm excited about. Hopefully this is still alive. Okay. So we're going to remove the gemstone mines and the battlefield forges. And we're going to add Tainted Remedy shenanigans. I'll see if I can find a list for that. I've got some ideas, but... Yes, the Detention Vortex. This card right here. Oh, I can't search on Moto? Is searching just illegal now? Oh, you know what it is? I had to buy several deck builders toolkits, which is like 5,000 extra cards in my collection. What up is that I can't get Moto to run. That's what's up. Oh, man, but welcome. Oh, my gosh. I might have to actually reinstall Moto. That might be a thing. No, because, like... Alright, hang on. Quality content. Yeah, no kidding. Alright, we're going to be experiencing multiple restarts, and y'all are going to have to stare at my face until I actually get this sorted out. This is how you install Moto on Windows. First, don't. Oh my god, what was I thinking? Paying off all of my debt instead of buying a more powerful machine and going into more debt. Holy crap, I can't even navigate to the collection window now. Is it gonna work? GPUs require a second mortgage right now. I could totally see that. Versions do not show versions separately. That probably helps. Quantity, always one or more. You might be the special teams coach, but Moto is the special team? Yeah, no kidding. Okay, so remove our gemstone mines. And we need to get Mountain now. I've got the filter set, so it's working now. Okay. Alright, we're back. Trying to do what I was going to do originally. I am not going to search for a particular art of a mountain or anything like that. So we need some mountains for the fetch lands, and now we need Sun-Baked Canyon. I think that literally it was trying to return too many objects. So if I have to search, I need to pre-filter before I search for an item. That's basically where we're at right now. So let's see. There was one other change I was going to make besides adding mountains and the cycling lands. Does anyone remember what it was? Before I got distracted with all this Moto nonsense. Alright. We're going to try and take this into a 2-man now. Now that we have adjusted the deck list. No, we are not playing Luris. I understand that it would basically be free. I'm just morally opposed. Alright, that's a mulligan. It's very close, but we need a second mana source. This, in theory, might work. But Luru, you don't like good things? Yeah, you heard me. Alright, I'm going to keep this, and I'm going to put back... It's probably Manamorphose or Temur Battle Rage. I'm going to put back Temur Battle Rage. No, I'm going to put back Manamorphose. Let's see what our opponent's on. Some kind of Windswept Heath deck. Don't they know? Alright, we untap. Draw Mutagenic Growth. So play Sacred Foundry. Play Niv Magus Elemental. Pass the turn. Opponent untaps. White-green Pillow Fort with Helix Pinnacle win condition? There's so many faster ways to win the game, although that one does only require you play one enchantment. That might actually be better than the Form of the Dragon win condition. Better as in requires less slots, not better as in it's a better win condition. It's not about winning, it's about sending a message. Alright. Yeah, Form of the Dragon is actually really good. Alright, we'll play Arid Mesa. Fetch with Arid Mesa. Get a mountain. Go to combat. Attack for 1. Hold priority. Gut shot our opponent. Exile gut shot to put counters on Niv Magus. Mutagenic Growth, hold priority. Niv Magus to make that a permanent upgrade. And then we'll hit them for 5. I could hit them for 10, but we can also just basically kill them next turn, so we can wait. Pass the turn. You send a message by passing the turn back to them with a Mistveil Plains up? No! That's cheating! You can't just kill my 5/6 on turn 3 and give me a 1/1 token? Alright. We untap. We draw. Ground Rift. Well, there would have been the kill last turn. Play Sacred Foundry tapped. Pass the turn. Opponent plays a forest into a Llanowar Visionary. Interesting. I've not seen that from an opponent yet. I suppose we could play like Swift Spear if we wanted to play the 5-color version, then we could play Tainted Strike. And that would also be a viable win condition, but Ground Rift synergizes better with Nib Magus Elemental. Not that it's necessarily good or anything, but... Second Ground Rift. Alright. Pass the turn. Five mana. They can beat us down with their board in the 2 turns they just bought themselves. Okay. Run it back. I could actually, you know what? Bring in Apostle's Blessing over Fury of the Horde. That's probably reasonable. Opponent is, in fact, playing removal. Hi, Solo Samurai, welcome. Thank you for the support. I do appreciate it. I would like to play first. I mean, yeah. This seems decent. We got the Luminmancer. Lumimancer. Best of luck. Hope you have a good time at work. Alright, Arid Mesa. Fetch, shock, play Lumimancer, pass the turn. Honestly, for me, it would be, like, it should be Luminancer, because Luminancer, like, M-I-N in the middle, sounds like Lumen. But we'll play a mountain, play Niv Magus Elemental, and we're going to pass. I'm just going to leave up Apostle's Blessing for a turn. Anything they play, we should be able to clear out of the way with Lava Darts. Opponent Utopia sprawls their forest, naming white. Then passes. We untap. We draw another Niv Magus Elemental. Go to combat. Attack with everybody. Lava Dart you. Trigger Lumimancer. I can't even... I've said it so many times it's ceased to be a real word. Lava Dart you again, sacking a mountain. This time, we'll eat it with Niv Magus, because it's going to get exiled anyway. And if I ping them 2 more times, is that lethal? Because that's 3 damage more than 7, which is 10. And then if I sack my last land, it's another 4 more damage. So it's not lethal, but it's close. I think we just hit them and leave up Apostle's Blessing. I could have played out Kiln Fiend and just hit them for 1 this turn, but then I would be out in Apostle's Blessing when they eventually Skyclave Apparition me. Like now. So they cast Skyclave Apparition, hitting Niv Magus Elemental. So let's give Niv Magus Elemental protection from white. Oh, you know what we should be playing instead of Apostle's Blessing? We should be playing Emerge Unscathed, because that has Rebound. And it's only 1 mana. That would be way better in this deck, because we're already playing white. We draw Temur Battle Rage. Alright. If I ping twice, I lose all my lands, and then they get hit for 7 and go to 4. But then they could just play something huge after the fact. I think we just attack and Lava Dart them when they block. Okay. I am going to Lava Dart now. I want it in the grave for next turn, because if I Lava Dart and Temur Battle Rage in the same turn, that's important. Yeah, Apostle's Blessing should definitely be Emerge Unscathed, because I can act sort of as a Distortion Strike. Alright, opponent exiles Niv Magus Elemental. Land, please. They play a forest. They play a noble. Okay. We untap and draw Assault Strobe. Play the elemental and pass. Opponent untaps. I mean, if they just Primal Command me, it's game over. Because there's no way we draw out of this before they play something like Elder Gargaroth. Yasharn Implacable Earth. Enters the battlefield. Search your library for basic forest, basic plains, and reveal them. Players can't pay life or sack non-land permanents to cast spells or activate abilities. Jeez. Okay. Well, we draw a Gut Shot. So I can't cast Gut Shot for life, and I can't Lava Dart. All right. We're just gonna give up here. So yeah, let's go for Emerge Unscathed. Probably over Fury of the Horde, and definitely over Apostle's Blessing. Is there any other card with Rebound that would be good here? Not Ephemerate, of course. Praise Vengeance would be cool, but we're not playing green. Virulent Swipe is just worse than Tainted Strike. So if I wanted to play black, I would play Tainted Strike. Everything else costs too much. Of course, Distortion Strike there's an argument for, but I like this slightly better. Wow, lots of new people. Thanks for the viewership, everybody. Yeah, this seems pretty good. I'll keep this. Obosh the Prey Piercer. That probably means I don't play Lumimancer until second turn here. Opponent leads on a mountain. They play a Soulscar Mage. Okay. We untap. Draw another Assault Strobe. Play Arid Mesa. And pass. We're not playing any Lightning Bolts in this deck at all, which might actually be a mistake. Like, maybe I should be playing 2 Assault Strobes and go down on a couple of other spell counts to fit Lightning Bolt in the deck for the occasional having to clear a creature of some kind. Opponent plays a second mountain. Bolts our face. And lights up the stage. Sure. That is another card we could be playing, but we would have to go a lot more aggressive. They attack us for 3. We go down to 14. And on the end step, get Sacred Foundry. We untap. Draw Lava Dart. Play Sunbaked Canyon. Play Lumimancer. Pass the turn. Opponent untaps. So they're gonna lead on Flame Slash. They're gonna lead on Lava Dart. Alright. So emerge unscathed. Now they're gonna Lava Dart again. So we gut shot them, which will give Clever Lumimancer enough power and toughness to survive the Lava Dart. And I think this actually kills them. Oh, you know what? This is dumb, because it puts a -1/-1 counter on it. I should have done what I just did. But when's Kano ever going to read cards, right? Pro Red, of course. This just dies as soon as state-based actions are checked. Opponent plays Fiery Islet. Lurising back Underworld Breach is good with Burning Inquiry? Yeah, that's really good, actually. Alright, we untap. Nothing to cast Emerge Unscathed on. We draw Teamer Battle Rage. Play Kiln Fiend. Pass the turn. Opponent just has Flame Slash? Okay. Alright, alright. It's a good thing we had Emerge unscathed with Flashback. You mean Rebound? It would have been sick if they didn't have the another burn spell there, we would have gotten Emerge unscathed with Rebound, protection from red, and then been able to swing past the Soulscar Mage. That would have been the plan, anyway. I suppose I'll bring in Emerge unscathed. Probably over a couple of Assault Strobes. And we'll try it like this. I didn't fill up my water bottle prior to this. That was a mistake. And we go in for the kill with Teamer Battle Rage and then belatedly realize our creature has pro red. Yeah, I'm going to do that. That is absolutely what is going to happen. I mean, so the situation normally is you would Emerge unscathed to stop a Path to Exile or a black kill spell of some kind, like a Dismember. I'm definitely going to pro red and then be like, why can't I Teamer Battle Rage? Recall 33, thank you for subscribing. Much appreciated. You're a wonderful human being. And I would like to play first, of course. No creature, so that's a mulligan. We've got the Thud. If only we had a second land. I'm going to keep this, and I'm going to put back the Lumimancer. And I guess I have to lead on Niv Magus Elemental and just hope they don't bolt it. I'm glad to hear that. Thanks for stopping by. It's nice to see how many people come over here from YouTube. Like, for a while, like my entire viewership for people that would interact with me was on Twitch, and then this massive influx of people started showing up from YouTube, and I thought it was pretty cool. I feel like this list needs close to 16 creatures. I don't know about that. All right, we need a land. If we can get a land, we're golden. That is not a land. So I can Gutshot my opponent and then Ground Rift. And then Assault Strobe? Is that enough to kill my opponent? Hang on. So if I Gutshot them, I can eat it with Niv Magus Elemental. Then I can... Oh, no, never mind. I can't Assault Strobe as well. And Ground Rift is a sorcery. Alright. So hold priority. Got shot them. Eat it with Niv Magus. Make it big. Then we'll Ground Rift. Target our opponent's creature. We get a free copy. Same targets. Eat the Ground Rift. Eat the Ground Rift. Go to combat. Attack for 7. That is indeed a big boy. Opponent, no blocks. They go to 13. If they don't block again, they're dead. Because we can attack and then thud. Or we're dead. I mean, I'm not sure how they can kill us here. But I guess that's possible. We draw mutagenic growth. So, go to combat. They did just pass. They didn't do anything. Attack for 7. They block this time. And I'm glad that you enjoy the live content as well, Sissia, because it's very different from the content that I provide on YouTube, simply because of the pacing. They're gonna stomp us. Okay. There's no sense in mutagenic growthing now when I could get like a Ground Rift or something later. They play a Soulscar Mage. Alright. They're gonna Lava Spike our face. Sure. And then they pass. We untap. Draw another Assault Strobe. Go to combat. Attack for 7. They block. Alright, pass the turn. I mean, if they just have like enough chump blockers and bolts to stretch this game out that far, I'll be a little annoyed. So, I mean, obviously, if we could draw land and then Manamorphose into a Temur Battle Rage, or when red really needs a Fatal Push. I'm not sure red needs a Fatal Push. Red's removal is supposed to be damage at every step of the curve. Now, red should be the color that gets an unsummon, but they've said mechanically it's too strong in red. That's why Sting Scourger is the only red unsummon spell. And yeah, I know that's from Planar Chaos, but... Alright, they put Obosh into their hand. We untap. We draw Ground Rift. Go to combat. Attack for 7. OP could be playing Void Snare effects. That's possible, but so that's why I took the line that I did. Because my opponent, if they had it, would be waiting for a trick. And if they're constantly waiting for a trick, we can actually just pass and cast Thud. The 1-land turn 5 victory. Alright, run it back. I like how I had 2 Assault Strobes in the deck and I had them both in that hand. What's up, Ulf Circer? Well, then I will do my best to not shout unexpectedly for you. Though, don't expect any ASMR from me. This is very tempting. I don't think it's quite what we need. I'm actually going to mulligan that hand. This works a lot better for me. Group donation for ASMR stream. Oh, gosh. I'm going to put back Assault Strobe. Oh, Niv Magus synergizes with Emerge unscathed. We can cast it and then eat it if we don't want protection from red. That's what the YouTube channel is for? Oh, man. We draw a second Niv Magus. So play Arid Mesa, pass the turn. We're going to kind of delay on this one, I think, for a minute. Opponent untaps, they draw. They play Blast Zone. All right. And then they attack for 1. So no blocks, because we don't have a creature. Then they pass. Sack Arid Mesa. We'll get a Sacred Foundry tapped. Untap. We draw Inspiring Vantage. So play Inspiring Vantage. Play Niv Magus Elemental. Pass the turn. Opponent untaps. I suspect what they're going to do is like Stomp plus Bolt to kill Niv Magus here. If they attack, I'm not going to block. They don't attack. Alright. We untap. We draw Manamorphose. So, shock Sacred Foundry. Manamorphose. Into red. I'm going to play another Niv Magus Elemental. And I think we just pass now. We don't have that many white cards, so I don't think casting Manamorphose for red-white was correct. It was much more likely that we drew another red card. Opponent plays a Fiery Islet. They didn't reveal Obosh this game, by the way. Okay. So opponent is casting Firebolt. Let's emerge unscathed. Does that mean Damping Sphere? Or opponent punt? I'm not sure what you mean by Damping Sphere. If they didn't reveal Obosh, they needed to... Okay, so then we just have this eat the emerge unscathed. Because... Oh, I guess Damping Sphere would prevent them from... Yeah, I was thinking Lurrus for some reason. Damping Sphere in the main would prevent them from playing Obosh as a companion. Oh, yes. Exclamation point Discord. We'll get you a link to the Discord, where we're currently trying to organize a modern user tournament with additional restrictions. So if that sounds interesting to you, I highly recommend it. Most of the top cards in the format are banned, and we've already had some interesting deck list submissions. So if you're in the mood, I definitely think you should check it out. So last day to submit decks is Friday. That is correct. I almost forgot. Thanks, Sigma. We're gonna go ahead and attack for 3. I could make this 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's not lethal for Thud. I think we just hit them for 3. Oh, I played that wrong. Did I? Hang on. Yeah, I played that wrong. The correct thing to do there was to play Clever Lumimancer prior to combat. Gutshot during combat, grow the Niv Magus, Lava Dart during combat, then flashback Lava Dart, grow the Niv Magus, and then Thud to kill them. That was actually a mistake. So I'm going to do that next turn, basically. I'm not going to play out the Lumimancer because it dies to basically everything they have. Plus, if they have another land, they can activate Blast Zone next turn. But I missed lethal there. Hopefully I can recover. Opponent plays Dragon's Claw. Okay. I don't think that saves them. They hit us for 2. Okay. No, Strix is not playable on Moto. There's a deck builder's toolkit for Strixhaven that's available for purchase with some commons and uncommons, but no rares. Opponent casts Light Up the Stage. They get another Dragon's Claw and a Bone Crusher Giant. Then they pass. We untap. Draw another Gutshot. That definitely does it. So, lead on Lumimancer. Go to combat. Attack. Gut shot. Doesn't matter. Maintain priority. Eat the gut shot. Opponent gains a life. Lumimancer ticks up. Gut shot our opponent. Pay life. Eat the gut shot. Lumimancer ticks up. And then we lava dart our opponent. This is life total neutral. Then we hold priority, sack our Sacred Foundry. Opponent gains a life. Oh, we need to eat this lava dart, because this one's getting exiled anyway, and this is an extra damage. Oh man, I did miscalculate. I just missed lethal flat out, basically, is how this worked out. So I can hit them for 9 here. No, did I? I can thud them with the Lumimancer, which will deal 10 damage, but they'll gain 1. That does prevent them from using Fiery Islet for anything. So... Oh, I guess that doesn't actually gain them life, or it doesn't actually trigger before I sack it, so never mind, rip. Kano, once again, cannot read cards. Put another tally up for Hooked on Phonics. We take them to 3. Now watch them blast zone me, and I'm gonna be so bad that or I'm gonna be so upset that I'm not gonna have a lightning bolt to kill them. Thank you, Six Sigma. And it's still not my birthday. We untap. Draw Arid Mesa. Go to combat. Bolt doesn't kill them anyway. Good point, Dick Record. Now I don't feel as bad about it. Opponent chumps. They're basically, I think, relying on land activate Blast Zone. Which, if they've got it, I'm going to be a little bit upset that I missed lethal. But what is going on here? They tick up Blast Zone to 2? Why? What? What am I missing? Can anyone explain this? Were they trying to activate Blast Zone? I think they were trying to activate Blast Zone and used the wrong ability. But they're definitely dead now. Yep. We won the match. All right, I'm going to take a quick break, feed the dog, and refill my water bottle. I will be right back, and we're going to have some Enduring Ideal coming up. And we're back. Yeah, it was kind of amazing how he got up here and used his paws to work the mouse. I totally like didn't train him to do that or anything. He's just that good at it. Okay. So, we're going to be editing our enduring ideal list. I had some ideas on what to do for this. The first one is I want to try out the detention vortex instead of on thin ice. Because detention vortex technically will perform the same role, and it doesn't require us to enchant our own lands, so we get ghost quartered and stuff like that. Also providing white devotion for Nykthos, as well as it can hit, planeswalkers and stuff as well as creatures. This means we are going to max out on suppression fields. So this means we do not want to play fetch lands at all. So probably no copy enchantment or detention sphere. We don't need Prairie Stream. The cycle lands we probably don't need as well. We're going to be basically mono white. Flagstones is fine in case we run into land destruction. Ghost Quarter's okay. Lotus Field, also fine. We do need Mistveil Plains. Probably even 2 Mistveil Plains. Nykthos is kind of a 3-of land. And we do want about 26 lands, I think. Alright, so we have Suppression Field, Ghostly Prison, and Sphere of Safety to help lock our opponents out of the game. Is there any other... Let's see. So if I actually reset all filters, let's take a look at any of the white enchantments that we got from Strixhaven. Literally just that. And Lorehold Excavation. No, definitely not going to be playing that. I don't think there's any creatures or learn spells. Destroy target artifact, enchantment, or planeswalker. That seems good. Okay, Moto, can we stop doing that, Moto, please? All right. So with double Mistveil Plains, we're gonna have an easier time. Aren't really etched like in CMR. Oh, that sucks. Oh, I remember what I was gonna do. I need the cycling Oblivion Ring. Just as removal and to help get through the deck a little bit faster. Oh, and Secluded Step. I was gonna play some number of these. Does Wheel of Sun and Moon work in this deck? I do have it in the sideboard. As it like tech versus mill. It's pretty reasonable. It does provide 2 white devotion, so like it's not bad. I think I want a cast out instead of... Oh, I don't understand what you're asking then. Oh, I actually don't know about any bugs with it. It wasn't bugged the last time I played Enduring Ideal. Oh, Enduring Ideal was bugged. I haven't run into it. I'll say that much. Let's see. Oh, yeah, no, I literally have never run into that problem. Which is interesting, because I've played Enduring Ideal both years ago and recently. So at some point it must have been fixed. Okay. Then I need to... We can still play On Thin Ice. I actually kind of want to Boseiju in the main deck. But it's really bad versus... You know what? Do I have multiple? I do not. Okay. Then I'm going to play... You know what? I'm going to say Defense Grid. That is another Boseiju-esque spell that actually may do some work here. Help protect us from counter magic. All right, we got our new Enduring Ideal list post Strixhaven update. Deafening Silence? Or Silence the Spell Silence? Silence. Yeah, okay. I can see that being better than Defense Grid, actually. Because we're going to be waiting for a long time. Silence is actually going to have more game. Okay. Yeah, well, I mean, if you think about it logically, it kind of makes sense. Because if you're casting a Enduring Ideal, it's going to be on, like, turn 5 at the minimum. Unless you have, like, double Lotus Bloom or something like that. So your opponent is going to have, like, 5 or 6 lands, probably multiple counterspells, or enough to pay for a single counterspell, just 3 extra mana. So... What does this have that we didn't have before? This has Detention Vortex, and is much better built. I think you mean the triple Leyline Nykthos draw? It's too bad the other white Leyline isn't, like, super good in a non-creature deck. Are there multiple white Leylines other than Leyline of the Meek? I think it's just Meek and... Black is the only one that has one, I think. Detention Vortex is this card. It's enchanting. It arrests a non-land permanent for 1 mana, but your opponent can pay 3 to activate it at a sorcery speed. Too bad white spells aren't good, or this deck would be great. Don't twist my words. You know what I meant. Alright. Let's go ahead and take this into a 2-man. Porphyry Nodes. Detention Vortex kind of fills that slot. Sort of. Porphyry. I said porphyry. It's porphyry. Only one solemnity? Yeah, we don't need multiple. You got me there. We'll bring in 1 nodes. I'm gonna call it porphyry. Porphyry nodes. When should we be expecting the birthday stream? The last week of April. I'll announce it a few days before. The only difference, so like I was playing on Thin Ice in the version that I played on for the video, and it kind of feels like it fills the same slot, and it doesn't kill the creature you want. It is not. Never mind. Oh, you guys already knew it wasn't April 28th. Because it wasn't, it doesn't fall on a regular stream day. It's so weird how most people make the word harder to say when they mispronounce it. They've gotten enough hints. Okay. So... Oh, should I be playing 26 lands? That's a question. You know what? I'm gonna cut Emrakul. I'll put the second grader Oromancy in the side. Emrakul won you that one game, though? Did it? Did Emrakul win me any games? Alright, we got a deck. Let's go. That was Kozilek? Yeah, and that definitely wasn't Enduring Ideal. Oh, it was against Mill? No, Heliod won that game. This is a very slow hand, but we do get to make use of Flagstone's Lotus Field to accelerate. We're just not doing anything for a very long time. I'm still gonna keep this hand. We can start by cycling Secluded Step. I was thinking about making a multiple color version of this deck and playing Celestial Dawn in it, which I think could be fun. What were you playing, Six Sigma? Opponent leads on Watery Grave. We untap. Draw Enduring Ideal. Play a Plains. Pass the turn. Waste Not. Nice. I want to play a Yorion Enduring Ideal list where I play Curse of Misfortunes and we play like the big curses as kind of like a redundant Enduring Ideal effect. They just don't fit in the traditional list. Alright. So, play Lotus Field. Sack Flagstones and Snow-Covered Plains. Get Mistvale Plains. You swore up and down that Yorion made Enduring Ideal interesting, if not good. I don't know if it makes it good. The issue is there's not that many good white enchantments. That the 20 extra card slots might not be worth it. But it makes drawing your singleton enchantments that you use for locks not as bad, question mark. So we're going to play Flagstones. Then we'll play Sphere of Safety. Boros. Boros, there's an argument for Boros because there's some ramp shenanigans you can do with like Flagstones, Cleansing Wildfire, Temple of Epiphany, you can play Blood Moon. Sphere of Safety resolves. Bold move, opponent. We can ramp again with Lotus Field if we want. Opponent plays a Drowned Catacomb. We untap. Draw Secluded Step. I'm going to go with the Snow-Covered Plains this turn. Cycle Secluded Step. I don't want to sack Mistveil Plains. I kind of want to keep Mistveil Plains around. We draw Dovescape, which is actually terrible. Alright, pass the turn. I mean, it's amazing if we could actually land it, but we can't cast Dovescape and then cast Enduring Ideal. That technically, I guess, actually does work, but wouldn't be that great for us. So opponent plays a Flooded Strand. I don't always play lands, but when I do, I play them before drawing cards. That's me, Raelin. You know it. Play Lotus Field. Sack Flagstones and Snow-Covered Plains. Yeah, no, that definitely was incorrect. We'll get, I guess, our other Mistveil Plains, and then we don't have any more tap lands. Pass the turn. Opponent plays a Hallowed Fountain untapped. Esper Charm. They're not scared of us. They have main deck enchantment hate. We just need them to tap out for Jace the Mind Sculptor and cast Enduring Ideal. Opponent plays Flooded Strand. I thought as an additional win condition for this deck, it'd be kind of funny to play Shark Typhoon. We draw Peace of Mind. Play Flagstones. Play Peace of Mind. Pass the turn. So we will probably end up discarding Dovescape and putting it back in the deck. Okay, opponent cracks Flooded Strand. You can just cast it and then put it back in the deck. Not if my opponent Force of Negations it. They'll exile it. Opponent Snapcaster Mage. Targeting Esper Charm. They're going to make us discard. Okay. So dump Dovescape and Porphyry Nodes. I don't know. Porphyry Nodes? Those poor furry nodes. Don't take that out of context. Alright. Opponent untaps. Clip it, boys. Just wait till Kano runs for political office. We'll be able to dredge up all kinds of nonsense, he said. They're going to make us discard again. You know what? Sure. Pitch a plains, gain life. Daverick isn't here. Pitch enduring ideal, gain life. We discard nothing. Opponent goes to combat. No attacks, because we have Sphere of Safety, and they need to hold up mana. Activate Mistveil Plains, putting back Enduring Ideal. We untap. We draw. Ghostly Prison. Play Prison. Opponent's going to Drown in the Loch. Put back Dovescape. Oh, gosh. Well, that's problem. Opponent fetches up a Watery Grave, tapped. I think I'm going to put back a Cycling Land, actually. Pass the turn. How many Drown in the Locks do they play? A lot. Last time I played an Esper Control list, it was 3 or 4. So we can Mistveil Plains our whole graveyard back in and get rid of their Drown in the Loch value. Opponent plays an island, cracks Polluted Delta. Gets a swamp. They play Kaya. Kaya and Drown in the Loch in the same deck. Interesting. Not what I would have imagined, actually. We untap. We draw plains. Play a plains. Pass the turn. Well, when they uptick Kaya, whatever they target, we'll just put back in our deck. Opponent opts. I'm somehow playing slower than my control opponent. It's probably due to lag, but they play Colonnade. Put back the plains they target. And the other one too. Well, if they ult Kaya, eventually it'll do enough damage that it'll be a problem. We untap. We draw a Leyline of Sanctity. That actually might matter if they have hand hate. It means they can't target us with discard like Esper Charm. Snapcaster Mage. They can Snapcaster Cryptic. Yup. Man, if they went for Drown in the Loch, we could have fizzled it. I probably just can't win this game one. Like, I'm going to have to side into stuff. Like, we're gonna need Besiege. Counter it, bounce Snappy. Alright. Oh, man, I'm dieting. Now I want French fries. Thanks, Sissia. French fries so good. There's a wing place out here in Utah that has the best garlic fries ever. And now that's all I can think about. They got like Parmesan cheese on them and like garlic aioli. What made you decide to go from small beard to big beard? Laziness. I don't want to maintain small beard. Honestly, it's so much hassle. It's starting to get into everything and getting a mind of its own. I feel like I look better with big beard. It's just more annoying. What made you decide you want to punt? Laziness. I don't see what big beard has to do with punting, but so we could have big beard, big no. Oh man, we don't. Do we need beard emotes? Barber, I'm going into the modern leagues. Set me up with the finest beard. My beard stylings are too strong for you, traveler. I look better the less my face can be seen. Change face to neck and I'll say yes. Honestly, I think so. The first time that I grew my beard out really, really long is because I got fat and had a very, very egregious looking double chin after having been very fit. Then I shaved my beard, saw that I had a double chin, and went, I really should get fit again. So I do dress up when I go to large paper tournaments. I gotta get back into wearing my shiny shirts and stuff. So opponent is flashing back Esper Charm. Are they drawing cards then? They are. Another cryptic? Infinicryptic. I moved here for school and then work. Although now I could technically live anywhere, because my entire industry is remote. You encountered that one Tron player with the blinged out deck? Do be looking fresh? Yeah, no, it do. For sure. So we untap. We draw another Ruined Halo. Play Ruined Halo. Here comes the Snap Cryptic again. All right, F6. The cool thing about Lotus Field is I could at least cast Form of the Dragon if I drew it. I think Lotus Field is probably worse if you come up against an opponent who's playing Damping Sphere. But my home state is nowhere near Utah. It was solely the school. And sort of a desire to be as far away from a lot of people as possible. Oh, they're going to Fate Seal me to death. All right. Well, let's go to game 2. And now that, like, my parents and stuff are getting older, I do kind of want to move back. So we'll bring in Silence. Greater Oromancy number 2. Beseiju. And we're going to go down, I think, Nodes, a Runed Halo, a Vortex. No. Vortex is good here. So is Runed Halo. Ghostly Prisons, Sphere of Safety is not. I'll cut down to 1 each. And then we'll try running it like this. I would like to play first. I will keep this. We'll start with Leyline. Then we will lead on Secluded Step. Pass the turn. I feel that. I'm going to actually, when I move back, I'll be moving across the state line from where my parents live, basically. Because I don't want to live in that state, but the bordering states are, like, a little more okay. I haven't decided on exactly where, and that'll probably be May of next year, is the plan. Alright, we draw a Detention Vortex. Hopefully we can get him with the Suppression Field. You still need a buffer from the folks? No, actually, I have a really good relationship with both of my parents and my brother, who is my only sibling. So my family relationship is fine. It's mainly a desire to actually just stay out of the state for both tax purposes and like government policy purposes. There's nothing really tying me to Utah either. Like, I have a lot of friends out here, but a lot of my friends from here have moved away. So, like, I don't need to be here is the thing. Especially with the whole work remote situation. Opponent just played a Flooded Strand. Ooh. They can't crack their fetch land. We untap. Draw Leyline. Play Beseiju. Pass the turn. That's right. Suppression Field. Opponent untaps. They draw. We untap. Draw Nykthos. So that's super good. Play Nykthos. And I think we're going to play out Leyline of Sanctity here. Pass the turn. So that means we can turn 3 mana into 5 mana. So if we top deck a land, we can cast an uncounterable Enduring Ideal. Yeah, field is very rude. But that's what you get for playing fetch lands in Modern. I really want them to print Suppression Field's text on a Grizzly Bear that's white. Like, Leon and Arbiter is close, right? But just a redundant version of that effect would be great. Okay, untapped land one time. We untap. We draw Silence. Not really what I wanted, but we'll go ahead and play Ghostly Prison. Right now we're playing Enduring Ideal with Detention Vortex. Pass the turn. Welcome, Joest. Ouch. Opponent is cracking Flooded Strand on their own turn. It's one of those things that's like technically the fetch lands are like the ideal situation, right? They finally got to 3 mana, you are correct. You're debating about selling out of the game, but can't make up your mind. Well, how much do you enjoy the game, Joest? How much do you enjoy playing the formats you have cards for? My advice is if you have any particularly really expensive cards, to keep them. I can tell you the few times I've cashed out, I regret it. I regret not keeping the cards that I sold. Mainly for, like, it's just because I kept wanting to play and couldn't get them back for the same price kind of a deal. But imagine cashing out of 94 Magic. Yeah. Get doved. Oh, Esper Charm. I think you mean... What is that card? Eyes in the Skies? I highly recommend... Actually, no. So I'm not a financial advisor, so don't take this as financial advice. I'm just a dude on the internet. But with the current market instabilities that are happening due to everything that is going on, I highly recommend holding on to anything that is not actual currency. It's not financial advice. I am not a financial advisor. I'm just some weirdo on the internet that plays Magic the Gathering. Don't listen to me. This is another suppression field hand with double Leyline, so I'm kind of interested in keeping this. So, also not a financial advisor, Joest, but if the market does crash and like there's hyperinflation of any sort, you can pay off your loan with hyperinflated dollars that won't cost you very much. It's better to have as many assets as you possibly could. Like, getting out from debt is great, and I personally made the jump to do that, even though it wasn't technically advisable for me to do so. It's not financial advice. I am speaking from personal experience. Need to learn how to know the future. Dude, me too. Alright, so we're going to play Snow-Covered Plains. And I'm going to go with Ruined Halo here, because I feel like that's something they'll counter. But I mean, like, so that's the key to any life choice, right? It's the same thing in playing Magic. You have to make the best choice you can make at the time. And as long as you do that, you shouldn't have regrets. Opponent plays a Drowned Catacomb. We untap. Draw another Ghost Quarter. Play Suppression Field. Opponent Force of Negations, Suppression Field. Okay. Play Lotus Field, do a little bit of Rampin'. Sack Flagstones and Plains. There's no emoji, is there? No. We need a Kano Get a Mistveil Plains. Pass the turn. Opponent untaps. They draw. They play a Glacial Fortress. We untap. We draw Solemnity. Well, we have Solemnity on life. Play Ghost Quarter. Float mana will play on life. So, I mean, that's really what it boils down to. If you sell your collection and you feel like you're going to regret it, I recommend not doing it. I recommend holding on to it until it becomes like a... if it's a situation that forces you to liquidate your assets, that's different. That's what I'm trying to say. They let me resolve on life. Interesting. Okay, they're probably going to Esper Charm me to Mind Rot me of my last two cards. Never mind, the Archmage's Charm to draw cards. Ah, the Diabolic Tutor. Forgive me, sir, for I cannot read. You are vastly more wise and apparently alert than I ever will be. Alright, we untap. We draw Greater Oromancy. Play Ghost Quarter. Play Solemnity. So we have the Solemnity, Unlife, Invincibility combo. Unless they counter this. But in reality, this is bait to cast the Greater Oromancy. Counter draw. Alright. As long as they don't have Spell Pierce or Spell Snare, which is possible, but play Greater Oromancy. Yes! If I get the other Greater Oromancy, they won't be able to kill me with Teferi Alt. I mean, they will, because they'll exile all my land. No, we have hexproof lands! In before Austere Command? Yeah, no, I would get absolutely destroyed. They'll merciless eviction me. Alright, we untap. We draw a Sphere of Safety. Alright, everybody, shields up. Get mana leaked. Not paying for it. You should Isochron Scepter Silence. Isochron Scepter Silence, 3 mana Teferi is the deck that no one wants me to build. Esper Charm, draw mode. Alright. I'm gonna lose because I'm lagging so bad and it's actually taking me multiple, If only I was a real streamer and you could see the deck list. Oh gosh, hang on. Alright, should be set. I know, it's even worse when I'm like on stream. So my opponent, if they want to tick up Jace, they have to Fate Seal themselves. They're gonna Brainstorm because it's way more reasonable. We just need to draw Besiege You and then Enduring Ideal in that order. And it's game over. Watch my opponent play like they're one of Breeding Pool and Back to Nature me. They're actually 4-color control. We draw Ghostly Prison. Play Ghostly Prison. F6. That's right, you can't mana leak this one. I got 3 mana left over. Why is there no Hall of Heliod's Generosity? Holy crap, that's actually a fantastic idea. Bone Daddy, this is why you're the Diabolic Tutor. They'll fetch a Stomping Ground with Scalding Tarn. Yeah, this deck needs a Hall of Heliod's Generosity in it. Opponent Brainstorms. Yeah, it's Academy Ruins, but it's white and it targets enchantments instead of artifacts. So it's basically unplayable. Except in this deck. I leave for like an hour and a half to eat dinner and watch a TV show and you're just punting into space, my dude. Yeah, man, we really gotta rein in this punting leg. It's getting out of control. We draw a third Leyline of Sanctity. To the moon! Diamond Cleats! He's trying to set a stream record. Legendary Leyline Tron. Football emojis. I should technically be Mistveil Plainsing stuff back into the bottom of my deck because of Drown in the Lock. They're going to go Esper Charm. Are they destroying enchantment mode on Greater Oromancy? Oh my gosh. You know, I'm kind of just now realizing this. We don't have a Kano copy pasta yet. More like Frown in the Lock. We need to get a Kano meme copy pasta going. That's what we need. Something that makes me laugh as much as my birthday meme does. Then I'll have no more reasons to not laugh, and I'll be laughing every single second of every single stream, and I'll probably just die or get abs of steel. Castle Vantress. We have the scoreboard command. My face always hurts from laughter. That's my secret. We untap. Draw planes. Well, we finally have Enduring Ideal mana. Just going to go ahead and Mistvale Plains Greater Oromancy. You know what my stream is missing? Even more memes. I'm sure saying this will have no negative consequences in my future. Kaya's Guile. Exiling all cards from my graveyard and making a spirit. Alright, pass the turn. That naturalized mode of Esper Charm really doing a lot of work. That's the other thing I was thinking, Raelin. I can't tell what's more frustrating, the fact that they do or the fact that it's working. Maybe they're only playing the Singleton Drown in the lock. I mean, to be fair, they have no redundant cards in their graveyard at all. You know, I should Mistvale Plains right now. I'm sure doing this will have no negative consequences in the future whatsoever. Opponent attacks us for 3. Yeah, they could almost play Lutri, except they definitely have a lot of redundant like Cryptics and Archmage's Charms and Esper Charms. There's Enduring Ideal. Now we just need Besiege You. We're 1 mana away from being able to cast Silence and then cast Enduring Ideal, which I'm confident would not be enough. Opponent activating Castle Vantress. That's how I pronounce it. Besiege You. I'm the streamer who says Besiege You. I will be forced to say it again. In a deck with almost no cantripping, I added a bunch of cycling lands to this deck, sir. And 1 cycling Oblivion Ring. Welcome, Oz. It's not my birthday, not yet. We are getting close. But today is not that day. I said almost. Just call it the People's Tree. Is there any consideration for playing Expedition Map in this pile? Because we usually have several one-of lands to make... That? No, we don't want to do that because we play Suppression Field. We're playing Suppression Field and Detention Vortex. I could build the deck differently, and we could play a version of Enduring Ideal with Expedition Map in it. That would make sense. Detain that Jace. They veto it. Get in the ball, Jace! Playing Lotus Field that produces triple mana. It's true. Oh, they're snapcastering Esper Charm again. There goes our unlife. No, it's definitely not inconceivable. I suppose you could play them alongside each other, true, like at the same time. We're exiling our grave again. Hey, as long as it's edible, you did a good job, Oz. We're dead in 3 turns to attacks. I suppose if I get desperate, I could just cast Enduring Ideal. With no protection whatsoever. What is my opponent casting? Big Teferi. That's a problem. Well, they tucked the ley line. So next turn is our chance to try and resolve Enduring Ideal. Dry Bomber, welcome. Been a while. We untap. We draw a Detention Vortex. Alright, here we go. Like, they 100% have a counterspell for this. If they don't, we can actually deal with Teferi before he can downtick and cause more problems. Nope, another Dovin's Veto. 40-minute match only to lose at the end. Ah, well. Man, are there any other... I could play the Cycling Deserts if I wanted to get through the deck faster as well, but I don't know that I want to be doing that. Have to love blue-white control. Yeah. Now, I was told that instead of winning with Form of the Dragon, I should try and win with Helix Pinnacle, because this deck already makes a ton of mana. Do not play the Cycling Deserts. Fair. I could technically up the Lotus Field count, but it's going to make some of our openers worse. It only technically is a ramp spell if I have a Flagstones, and I don't want to play more than 2. Play Helix Pinnacle in 4 doubling seasons. Oh my gosh. The Field of the Dead ban was fantastic. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, that's definitely a boomer deck, Oz. That's for sure. This deck hasn't been actually good since the inception of Modern. But it's had its moments. It's not bad by any means. How bad did we lose? Opponent finally ran us out of stuff after snapping back like 3 Esper Charms to blow up our enchantments. There have definitely been times when it's good. Fair. I guess I just wasn't playing it at those times. I've been playing for long enough that I assume that if I haven't seen it in my play scope for Modern, that it didn't exist, but also that I can't play all the decks all the time. You could have finished at the statement that this deck hasn't been good. Just imagine if they still had Sanctuary. No. Um, So the only other thing I was playing when there was extended, it technically was a format when I started playing, but it very quickly ceased to be a format. What about turning this into 5-color shrines? That's a very different deck. Sanctuary was and is fine in Modern without Uro. Send tweet. Did you see what it did in Time Warps? That card was not fine ever. If I didn't see it, it didn't exist. Today on stream, Kano struggles with object permanence. Oh, man. Oh. Oh, I think I'm dead. I actually just died. That comment sucked the soul right out of my body. That's what his reading problems must be. A complete lack of object permanence. He doesn't read and therefore it does not exist. I'm just slowly regressing in my capabilities. I may have at one point been professional Magic player tier, and now it's just like, oh, tune in next week when Kano can't even type his password into Moto. Can we... Is there a way... Are there enchantments that are good in other colors than just mono white that we can make this card good? Tune in next week when we reinstall Moto on camera for 3 hours. Give it another 15 years, Buckaroo? Yeah, no, I can't wait. I'm gonna fail so hard. I don't know why Moto's freaking out, but is there a way we can make this card good in this deck? Basically to cast enchantments of any color. I can't imagine, because like it's an Oath of Nissa style fixing effect. There's no way to make that card good in any format. I just posted your developmental milestone in memes. Oh no. If I didn't see it, it didn't exist. Today on stream, Kano struggles with object permanence. Nice. Oh man. Is there any other... Oh gosh, did I just crash the client? Okay, cool. Let's look for the word enchantment on things that aren't enchantments. Actually, are there any planeswalkers legal in Modern that synergize with enchantments? There's Calyx. He can turn your enchantments into Oblivion Rings and dig for more enchantments. Actually, playing blue-white and playing like Teferi as backup for your ghostly prisons and stuff seems pretty sweet. Because if you resolve Teferi, then it's not like they'll counter the remainder of your enchantments. Although, if you're not accelerating him into it quickly, green-white best boy from Theros, Doggo just mooned us. He does what he's want to do. There's got to be some creature synergies with enchantments, right? Other than, like, the Aura ones. There's Lost Auramancers, but that's its own deck. There's a 3-mana 2/2 that shrinks the cost by 1. I know there's a 2-mana one that shrinks the cost of auras. Spectral shift on Valakut naming planes and scape shift. Ugh. That kind of makes me want to vomit. Oh, man. Archon of Sun's Grace. No. It makes me wish that either Theros had been an actual enchantment block instead of a just enchantment theme. And when I say that, I mean like I want Mirrodin, but for enchantments. Oratog. Oh man. Actually, hang on. Are there any artifacts that synergize with enchantments? I can't imagine there are. There's Cloud Key. I can pay 3 mana to reduce the cost of my enchantments by 1. There's Mirage Mirror, which we can turn into a copy of an enchantment, except it doesn't have synergy with Suppression Field. Is there any way we can loop the desert that deals 1 damage? Technically, I suppose there is. Theros was, and Return to Theros was a disgrace? No. That's a commander card. There are things that destroy enchantments. There's Helm of the Gods, which is just ethereal armor, but not an enchantment. Enchantments are basically a white mechanic, and that's why they're so bad. If I set up instant, it's just going to be ways to get rid of enchantments, isn't it? It is. That's totally all it is. It's just ways to destroy enchantments. There's no synergy. Play Lotus Bloom and then the card that returns lands back to play. Lands back to play. No, I don't want an enchantment with the word enchantment on it. Although Sigil of the Empty Throne is kind of what I want, but it's way too... If only Sarah's Sanctum was legal in Modern, but it won't be. Ramanop Excavator. You could run Idyllic Tutor? Yeah, but paying 3 mana to tutor for something that you have to hardcast and can't protect is not good. We can return enchantments from the graveyard to our hand. We can Hall of Heliod's Generosity to put enchantments on top of our deck. Oh, hang on. I'm not looking in the Modern format. Nope. So, there's obviously Enduring Ideal, and we're playing that. Hedge against control and run 3 Besiegers? I would if they weren't legendary. The problem is they're legendary. Omen of Nissa is an enchantment you can cast a cantrip, but you don't want to draw enchantments. You want to cheat out Enduring Ideal. Our whole mana base is legendary. What's more? Control has always been like a terrible matchup for this deck. With the exception of occasionally we can besiege you out Enduring Ideal. It's very difficult. Yes, its force has been so bad for like the tier 2 and tier 3 decks of the format. Because Besiege you casts Enduring Ideal uncounterably. And if you resolve Enduring Ideal versus Control, you win the game. Because you just go get Dovescape, and then none of their spells do anything. Okay. I'm going to restart Moto, And then we are going to brew more with this deck. You thought Enduring Ideal was an enchantment? No, it's a sorcery. Moto is lagging super hard. I sort of agree with that, Dry Bomber. I'm not going to disagree with it outright. The only problem I have with Force is free counterspells are only necessary when you have like turn 1, turn 2 wins. Then you want some sort of free effect to be able to slow them down. But if you're banning all of the fast mana out of the format, including Simian Spirit Guide, then Force has no place in the format. There's no reason for it to exist. And I definitely agree that it does prevent more decks from existing than it enables. But I mean, that can be said about just about any answer that exists that's good. What about Rampage of the Clans? Modern Horizons will not have... Modern Horizons 2 might have Simian Spirit Guide. It's just not legal in the format right now. And they definitely should not print Elvish Spirit Guide. They've made it clear that that's not the type of effect they want in Modern. They've banned all fast mana from, Mox Opal to Simian Spirit Guide, rituals, that sort of thing. Also, isn't Elvish Spirit Guide on the reserve list? I keep thinking it is. I don't know, though. No, did it get reprinted? I feel like it may have gotten reprinted. I don't know. Not really. Thoughtseize is theoretically a near-perfect catch-all, and it stops roughly 0% of decks. That's because it's a proactive answer, not a reactive answer. Reactive answers suppress. Proactive answers just delay the game. Blue Spirit Guide. Spirit Guide. It's just like a guy that Kaya stabbed that came back from the afterlife to the afterlife. Fairy Spirit Guide. Clearly a blue effect. They'll just put an instant and sorcery or artifact writer on it and it'll be fine. I'm sure. Mox Amber still legal? Mox Amber's not fast mana. Mox Amber is refund mana. Mox Tantalite? That's not fast mana either. That's very slow mana. Like, I could search for tomorrow faster than that. Alright. White Spirit Guide. Exile from your hand. Give your opponent 1 mana of any color. You gain 3 life. You gotta have that on there. I think it forces a card in Modern. Players should be able to go off turn 2, especially when you can't play around their open mana or anything other than hand. Yeah. No, that's the... What is that? Inverted thing that it's the inverse of what I said. Or converse? I don't know the official English terms. Mox Tantalite is fun in Eggs combo with Bolas' Citadel, because it's free mana, literally free, off the top of the deck. We played Enduring Ideal versus Esper Control for like 3 hours and lost. Okay. So first, we need Hall of Heliod's Generosity. I have a foil one for some reason. Second, let's open a new copy of this deck. I have an idea that might be fun. I don't know if it's good, but I think what we do is turn this deck into a Yorion deck. You know, we take what little consistency it relies on, and we make it worse. I was still planning on playing. I was just waiting for Moto to load. Citadel Aetherflux Reservoir combo on Nitpicking Nerds last night, and the jaw hit the floor. Yeah, it's very, very strong. Yeah, no, I definitely don't know what words mean. We could just board into 4 copies of Grand Abolisher. Yeah, but the creatureless deck that suddenly boards in creatures is just going to get the creatures killed, and then we're not going to be able to do anything. Ooh, yeeting consistency out of the window. The WotC approach to White's color identity. I like it. Hey, Enduring Ideal is a tutor that has a very consistent win condition. Alright. So if I'm going to play Yorion, what are we doing here? How many lands do we need in a Yorion build of this deck? I kind of just want multiple Besiegers. I don't even think I have multiple. Consistently bad is White's color identity. Okay, so I definitely want multiple Greater Oromancies in the deck. And then I want to play an Orzhov version of this list, playing Curse of Misfortunes as Enduring Ideal 5 through 8. I want to see if I can make this work. Because we got Overwhelming Splendor. There's Curse of Exhaustion. We can play things like the Torments, Curse of Thirst, Death's Hold, Curse of Wizardry. That's not a curse. Where's my Overwhelming Splendor? Board into Meddling Mage, remove all their answers, and then they get wrecked? Ah, that's not a bad idea. Overwhelming Splendor. Why did I only add 3 Curse of Misfortunes? Definitely want 4. So then we need some more lands. The Lotus Field Flagstones combo got way worse. We need some Godless Shrines. Maybe a silent clearing or 2. Oh, the other gigantic curse. What is that called? Cruel Reality. Another 7 mana card. Trespasser's Curse also technically playable against the cat combo deck. Technically. This needs to be errata to be an Aura Curse. Oh no, I guess it's not a... It doesn't enchant players. Alright. Wait a minute. Okay. Curse of Thirst. I guess that's just a worse version of Cruel Reality or Form of the Dragon. If you're running Snowlands, we can run Scrying Sheets. That is an excellent idea. That is actually a really good idea. I like that. Odds are it won't draw me a lot of cards, but it could actually work. Magus of the Sheets is what they used to call me back in college. Anyway. So yeah, no Curse of Thirst. Anyway. Quantity 1 or more. Yeah, but Solemnity, Phyrexian on life is better than 9 lives, I think. This is my Christian Minecraft server. Please contain yourself. Oh, I can't even... I only have, like... I can't make scrying sheets work because even if I'm playing the Snowfield Sinkhole, I have so many non-snow things in this deck, it's just not going to work. Magus of the Sheets, MTG Pro, Hitman, Object Permanence Deleter. Yeah, this is a Yorion deck. We want... On Thin Ice. I think is additional creature removal. Yeah, there's no spells we can play that actually have Learn on them. I was gonna say maybe we could play like the Learn Wishboard, but all I've done is successfully made it harder to play against Control. I definitely didn't make this deck any better, but I think I made it cooler. Alright, let's go ahead and get a hold of a Snowfield Sinkhole. Or not Snowfield Sinkhole, Cruel Reality and Overwhelming Splendor. And I'm going to play this deck. Cunning Plan, we were on Weathered Wayfarers with the intent of getting Besiege You or other effects lands. That actually could work if we maxed out on Lotus Fields. It's too bad that black doesn't have, like, black X sorcery, tutor for a permanent with CMC X. Or, I'm going to call it CMC forever. It's technically mana value now. That's going to be a rough transition for me. It has Beseech the Queen. That card's unplayable. You could use Captive Audience to wreak havoc against your opponent. That's another color of mana we're not playing. Call it Envy. I'm actually gonna max out on Lotus Fields. Every single game I'm gonna have an opener with only Lotus Fields and it'll be unplayable, but we're gonna max out on Lotus Fields now. Gosh dang it. Rename. Alright. We have ourselves a deck. Weathered Wayfarer, time to escape the white Tron hell you find yourself in. Oh, man. You know, if land tax was a modern legal card, we'd have way more problems than why I initially started saying the sentence. I mean, like, there are technically things you can do with White Tron. Some of them are even not bad things. I'd like to see a list if you can find it. That would be cool, because for jank lists like that, when people are like, play Black Tron, play White Tron, play Red Tron, it's like, I have to invent a list for that. Because I never end up liking the publicly available ones. It doesn't stop me from looking, but... Groltron is your favorite? With Luca, Banefire, and Pyromancer's goggles? I've never like, Redtron has been kind of a meme. Like, it does exist, but it is significantly worse than a lot of things. Groltron is worse than Greentron or slightly better than Redtron. I used to play Green Red Tron back when I first started playing Modern, and you basically splashed red for Pyroclasm to deal with all of the mono red 1-drops that were there at the time. Content creator, play a different new Tron deck that I haven't seen before that's good and interesting, and do it now. No. Play 5-color Tron. Play 6-color Tron. Play colorless Tron that isn't Eldrazi's. Play Phyrexian Manatron. Play Celestial Dawn Tron. Play Landstorm. Play Jundtron with Dark Confidant and Emrakul. Yeah, any form of Tron that plays green is playable. Any form of Tron that plays more than one color and green is less than good, basically. Blue-White Tron is playable, because you can play the gifts package for Unburial Rights into, like, Iona or something as a win condition, but... Want to see Bob Tron? See, I told you every time we're gonna have multiple Lotus Fields in the opener, and it's just not gonna be playable. And my opponent revealed Luris. Okay, we're gonna mulligan. Somehow I have only colorless lands in this deck. Perfect. Keep. Put back 2 cards. Enduring Ideal. And Enduring Ideal. Start Leyline. If I put Dark Confidant in a deck that has a single card of 5 CMC or greater, Confidant will only ever flip that card. It's basically Demonic Tutor for that card. Every single time. I'll play it in the... we'll play it as a way to lose a ton of life for the Death Shadow Rite of Consumption kill. So what you're saying is we play Death Shadow with Bob for free wins? No, we absolutely lose. Bob does it again when there isn't even another copy of it in your deck. Yeah, my opponent's going to memory lapse me. I just realized we're playing Yorion, so like an 80-card deck. Heard free wins with Bob's. Wow, we drew Flagstones. That's actually excellent. Play Suppression Field, pass the turn. So my opponent has to target himself with Hedron Crab, and mills us with Ruin Crab. But we have more cards in the deck? Oh, man. Yep. You know if I beat this guy, I'm going to claim this deck is literally undefeated, right? Search for Iskanta. What? You can't just do that, opponent. Alright, we untap. We draw Godless Shrine. Yeah, Lotus Field. We're not using our mana for anything this turn. Kano? Is that my name now? Stompy versus Mill, a Krabby Patty. Nice. Get Mistvale Plains. We'll start sneaking cards back into our deck. The anti-mill deck. Like the Folio deck. I don't think the Folio was undefeated. Helix Pinnacle was undefeated. Did we win with Folio? The Folio mill? I don't remember. It's been too long now. Opponent flips Search for Iskanta. Praise Helix. Opponent plays a Flooded Strand. Mills themselves and mills us. Well, we just lost our Besiju. Oh no. Jace's Phantasm. That's not a good prize. The Skelemental deck is undefeated. Skelemental's such a great card. Told you Aggro Mill was good. It's not. Alright, so we're going to lead on Suppression Field. Blightning Ball? Why does this guy even have Phantasm Game 1? Classic single-player queue? Yeah. So the cool thing is, this synergizes with Detention Vortex. So now, if my opponent wants to activate Detention Vortex's ability, they have to do so at sorcery speed. And they'll have to pay 4 extra mana They cast Visions of Beyond. Opponent is doing a pretty good job of milling themselves. Alright, we'll just pull a sneaky on them. Sweet. Godless Shrine. Tapped. Pass the turn. We can actually just draw and then play Yorion. New plan, we mill the Batman. Yep. We get milled. Opponent gets milled some more. I want to mention that we started Leyline against Mill with an 80-card deck. Joe Kano. That explains why I laugh all the time. I've got that condition where you laugh at everything, even though it's not funny. What about Jeskai and Blood Moon? I mean, it's probably good. It might even be better than what I'm doing right now. Cheats out the Lotus Field. Blood Moon doesn't. Blood Sun does. Yeah, there you go. Blood Sun. That's right. You want that Jace's Phantasm to it? Yes! We beat him! We didn't even have to be the aggressor. The opponent was killing themselves. I can't read that sentence, Dry Bomber. So versus Mill, what do we need? Wheel of Sun and Moon. We'll get rid of Ghostly Prison. Bring in Nevermore. Drop another Ghostly Prison. Try like that. Sigma, is that you? The misspelling. It's spreading. Okay, not gonna lie, I actually like this hand. I'm gonna keep it. Opponent leads on Flooded Strand. Into a Jace's Phantasm. Alright. We untap. We only have one untapped land, which is pretty bad. Play Snow-Covered Plains. Detention Vortex. Pass the turn. I thought of the ultimate meme, play cards that have names, including words from Poe's poem The Raven. Raven's Crime, Nevermore. Cellar Door. Oh, it's Chamber Door, isn't it? Disrock. But it fetches up an island. They make us glimpse the unthinkable. Like a jerk. Okay, untap land. Let's go. Yeah! Get him. Pass the turn. Exclamation point Discrod. Sigma already did it slightly up in the chat. But it plays a Polluted Delta. And then passes. Ominously. We untap. We draw a Leyline. Play Mistveil Plains. Pass the turn. I could cycle Secluded Step here. I don't think I'm going to. We're going to be hard casting this Leyline. There was another one for when he went extra illiterate on it. We may have lost it in the one command purge that happened early on. I'm not sure why that happened, but it did happen. I don't know if you remember. Just gotta have a league with Blue Suns Tron that you built for fun. That sounds like a fun deck. When Kano glimpses the unthinkable, he sees Hooked on Phonics. It's what is it called? It's like the ash symbol. The A and E merged together. Blood Sun to cheat out Bounce Lands sounds fun. So it actually saw some play. Aspiring Spike made a Jeskai Lotus Field control deck that was using Blood Sun, Tail's End, and you would cheat out Lotus Blue or Lotus Field as an untapped land, and then you'd like cycle gigantic Shark Typhoons and stuff like that. It was like a big mana control deck. It looked like a lot of fun. I think I may have played it once. Do we need any of these cards? Like, absolutely need? I'm gonna put Runed Halo back just to see if I can't get them to crack Nile Spell. Oh, I can't. Never mind. Aha! Suppression Field is symmetrical! Big Teferi only costs 2 mana with Lotus Field in play. That's true, it does. Alright. Cast Leyline. Pass the turn. Here comes that Drown in the Lock. There it is. Opponent untaps. They play him as Merrick Orb. So we're going to mill 4 here. That was a powerful sneeze. I'm glad you guys didn't have to hear that. More like drown on the clock. Alright, play Secluded Step. Play Heliod. Symmetrical effects are important to represent that anything white can do, so can somebody else. Oh my god. Dry Bomber over here, stabbing Bone Daddy right in the heart. Right in his cold, undead, unfeeling heart. And crushing my own spirit. Opponent's playing that Extirpate. Man, I'm going to have to mulligan to Leyline, aren't I? In a deck with 80 cards. We untap, mill a bunch. Get the feeling that this is just worse mono-white Yorion value. It absolutely is. We draw Flagstones. Play Flagstones. Well, we're only 1 mana away from Enduring Ideal. So I'm going to cast Exhaustion. Curse of Exhaustion on my opponent. Maybe they'll counter this. So does the rest of us. Nice. That's what we call in the business a Freudian slip. Counter it. Yes! The 4th drown in the lock! Now all I must do is draw an untapped land and we can begin the enduring ideal. 1, 2, 3. And there's still a ley line left. Oh, good. That's pretty funny. Opponent untaps, mills a bunch. What can I do to you? Nice. Nice. Opponent plays a craft. Today on Psychology with Kano, we observe that the subject, still struggling with object permanence, is familiar with the works of Sigmund Freud. Opponent plays Jace's Phantasm. I do not have an Oedipus complex. We untap. Mill a bunch. We draw untap land. No. They hit Leyline of Sanctity? Why would you not hit Enduring Ideal? I mean, that makes it way harder for us to actually win, but... Object permanence, nothing. Sigmund Freud, neurons activated. We draw an untapped land. I'm just gonna die. I'm calling it now. I'm just gonna die to Archive Trap. Because I have to search my library. Oh, you may search. No. Enduring Ideal. Now I'm gonna die to Archive Trap. All right. So, let's start with Wheel of Sun and Moon. Enchanting ourself. Pass the turn. So opponent has to have like a Void Snare or Set Adrift to deal with that. We get Archive Trapped. 13 cards in the bottom of my library in any order. And the button doesn't exist to just say any order, so I have to click them all individually. Well, we resolved Enduring Ideal because my opponent has 4 Drown in the Locks in their graveyard. That's why it resolved. The problem is, our other sphere of safety might be in this giant pile of cards. So I'm not going to be able to lock this Phantasm off of attacking me. Opponent mills us. And by mills us, I mean we just put 3 cards from the top of our deck onto the bottom of our deck. Unlife is in the grave. Although Unlife Form of the Dragon is a sick combo. Giant pile of cards. Kano's name for every deck ever. Yeah, every deck that isn't Jund or Tron, because those are vaguely actually decks. We get hit for 5. Sure. All right. We untap. We mill a bunch of cards from the top of our deck to the bottom of our deck. If I activate Mistveil Plains, it's number 1, all of my mana, and number 2, my opponent just activates Nile Spellbomb in response. I think it's time for Dovescape. We do have a Sphere of Safety left. I think we go Sphere of Safety, then Dovescape. It does give my opponent 1 chance to draw a spell that could do something. No, we get Dovescape. Okay. Pass the turn. I do need Sphere. But I think I can wait 1 turn. I could also get Peace of Mind and dump my hand, but that also costs a ton of mana to do that because of Suppression Field. Next up should be Runed Halo on Phantasm, then Runed Halo on Spellbomb. If we have any Runed Halos left... Okay, opponent destroys Detention Vortex. Yeah, Runed Halo is definitely the way to go here. Although Sphere of Safety basically does the same thing. Runed Halo is technically better. No, it counts for Sphere of Safety, but it doesn't stack with Sphere of Safety, no. Okay, we do have Runed Halos left, so hit Runed Halo. Name Jace's Phantasm. And the game is over. Literally undefeated. Yorian Ideal. Literally undefeated. Let's wrap it up. Pack it up. Let's go home. Oh, the deck's fantastic. It's not great, but it's so fantastic. Did they... Okay, yeah, it's still not out yet. It won't be out till tomorrow. Oh, man. Look at this magnificent pile. I think, like, legit, probably white-green would be the way to go with this deck. Because I feel like there's some ramp enchantments you could play that would be reasonable, as well as gain access to Veil of Summer. Undefeated. Into the hall with the Orion pile. Or with the folio pile. Undefeated. There we go. Heartbeat of Spring, yeah, technically. I was thinking more like Trace of Abundance, Utopia Sprawl, Overgrowth, the other one that I can't think of that's 2 mana, that's like the next best effect. Do I still have the folio list? I cleared out a lot of them. Because it was also contributing to my game running a lot slower. I don't think I have it anymore, unfortunately. Yeah, I don't see it. I don't think I have it anymore. Zendikar Resurgence. Vessel of Nascency. Does that get enchantments? Artifact, creature, enchantment, or land. I mean, we lose the Nykthos engine, right? Undefeated, stop playing, we can keep our title. Exactly. I can't even remember either. You'd have to find the stream VOD that's uploaded to my channel somewhere. But, like... Oh, man. I don't think you can make... I think you actually increase the fragility of this list by making it green-white, though. Like, there's reasons to do it. I just don't know if it's better than staying mono-white. So looking at my mono-white list. If you're trading off Boros Prison style deck that oopsies into the Enduring Ideal Wind, you could do that if you play like Cleansing Wildfire, and you can still keep Lotus Field. You can play Blood Sun. It's a little bit worse without all the Omnath decks running around, but like you could still do it. Then you can actually legitimately play Lotus Field. Maxed out in a 60 card list. You can get rid of Nykthos. And you could still play Nykthos, actually, right? Because Blood Sun. Lands lose all abilities. Yeah, you can still play Nykthos. The difference is you're playing instead of playing like a lock out the game type deal, you're playing more of a proactive combo to Enduring Ideal, I suppose. That might be worth trying. Like there, you can add some land destruction elements. I mean, you're already playing Suppression Field, and you're not playing fetch lands, so Momir. I'd be down for a game of Momir. You want to play Momir, Six Sigma? All right, I'm in the open play with Momir. Oh, apparently I set it up. I set it up as versus myself. I'll concede. Can't believe I won that match. All right, let's try that again. 2 players. All right. Momir basic time. Six Sigma will be on the play. Kano plays with himself and loses. There's definitely a meme in there somewhere. They lead on Swamp. This could be the mirror. We'll do the same. And we are going to make a 1-drop. They place. We get a Spark Mage. Deals combat damage to a player. It deals 1 damage to a creature they control. Definitely plays with himself. Heyo! Alright, we untap. I think he's stream sniping. I don't think Sigma would ever do that to me. Alright, and our opponent for 1. going to make a 2 here. We get Renegade Doppelganger. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, you may have Renegade Doppelganger become a copy of that creature until end of turn. That is actually probably the best clone effect you could have in Momir. Sissia, this is Momir Basic, so it's technically Vanguard, but you get an ability that lets you discard a card and pay X mana to get a random creature from across all of Magic's history with that mana cost. Can't block white creatures with power 2 or greater. That's a very interesting writer. And there aren't any white creatures with power 2 or greater. Alright, we draw a swamp. Play a swamp. I'm gonna skip making a 3. We'll just pass. Doppelganger has cool flavor text. To truly know a creature, slither a mile in its tentacles. I mean, can't argue with that logic. It gets Nylea's Disciple. Gaining 4 life, because that's his devotion to green. Or 2 life, excuse me. They attack for 2. We'll take it. What's the strategy with lands? Any particular basic more valuable? You don't want to play islands as much, because there's a lot of creatures with island walk, or stuff that you have to like control an island. Abyssal Hunter. Oh, that's actually a pretty good tap effect. I'm not going to use Renegade Doppelganger's ability. Pass the turn. You want a lot of mountains because fire breathing. There's a lot of swamp activated abilities, so you want a lot of swamps. You don't want a lot of forests for the same like forest walk reasons. All right, they make a 5. You get a Weed Pruner Poplar. At the beginning of your upkeep, target creature other than Weed Pruner Poplar gets -1/-1 until end of turn. That's actually really strong. All right. Yeah, okay, I'll trade. Mountain Walk incoming. Best 5-drop easy. I mean, you could have gotten Sarah Angel or Avacyn. Or Baneslayer or Lyra or... Okay. Play a swamp. Discard a plains, make a 5. Cleaving Reaper, Flying Trample, Angel Berserker. 5/3. You know what? Sure. Go to combat. Hit Sigma for 5. So we lose our Renegade Doppelganger. He's making a 6. Lockmere Serpent. That's pretty good. It's a huge creature. But he doesn't have any islands. Kano, hold out for CMC 15. That'll surely win you the game. I think there's actually 2 CMC 15 creatures. No. There's like 2 CMC 16 creatures, and they're both awful. We'll take 3. Autochthon Worm is 16, or I thought it was 16, not 15. I thought Autochthon Worm and Draco were both the 16 cost creatures. We draw an island. Play a swamp. We gotta make a 6 now. Discard island. Ponybrack Brigade. Lots of goblins. Worm is 15. Yeah, so you get like a 50% a 50% chance of Emrakul or 50% chance of 9/14. Goblins greater than tree folk or less than tree folk. True. But now I can play the tempo game. There goes a goblin. They play a plains. Oh, he's making a 7. He's going to get phaged. You playing Wastes? Flesh Pulper Giant. Destroy creature with toughness 2 or less. No, don't do that. 9/14 with trample. Oh, excuse me. Oh. Well, block and prevent the damage. Alright, 7 mana. I need you to save me here. We draw a mountain. Okay. Play the mountain. Discard the forest. Imagine being behind on board in a skill-based format. Destroy target legendary creature. It can't be regenerated. That's a 7/4 with first strike. That's pretty good. Pass the turn. We can first strike down that Loch Ness monster over there. Well, Big Furry Monster is C15 as well, but it's not a Moto legal card. That's the problem. All right, he's going for the 8. Here comes the Avatar of Laughter. Oh, Avatar Fury. It's a 6 mana 6/6 or an 8 mana 6/6 flyer with fire breathing. It's not Moto legal because it's a silver border card. Alright, we untap. Get an island. Play a plains. There are a couple of 8-drops that can actually save me here. We have a silver border legal Momir. That would be chaotic. Yes! Cataract Leviathan! That's exactly what I was hoping for. Bam, got him. That's the card I always joke that I need to win. Cataract Leviathan. Just Cyclonic Rift. Now we make 8/8s at each other like men. That's a pretty good 8/8. Or 8 mana. No, you can't just immediately trump my Cataract Leviathan. Nothing ever saves Kano, period, George Monty. Thanks for showing up, though. It's good to have you. We untap. You mean Cataract Leviathan? Why did you not attack? I thought you were supposed to attack. Your creature was bigger than my Leviathan. Reaver Demon? Well, that's big enough to block the sun's avatar. Didn't realize it had haste. Six Sigma confirmed for illiteracy as well. It's spreading. Alright. Haste and vigilance. Angel of Salvation. Okay, that's pretty good. That's actually... it's actually huge. Well... we have to chump and prevent some damage. We need the 6/6 flyer, though. Did you reveal any dinosaurs over there? Alright, we untap. We draw forest. Why did I have 2 OK buttons? Discard the forest. I need something good, something good. Good 8-drop, here we go. Sundering Titan? Oh, Sigma! Sigma, I'm so sorry! Pass the turn. And Titan is absolutely massive, too. I don't think he can recover from this. Not unless he makes a... like a creature that... Oh, I don't even know how he gets out of this. He's gonna make a 5. Killer Whale. Alright. The White Gear Hulk. That would do it, but I think that's... No, that is 5, isn't it? But then I would sack the Sundering Titan and he would lose more lands. Alright, we untap. We draw a mountain. Make another 8. There's probably ways I can punt into him winning, too. A Chroma Angel of Fury. Protection from his entire board. Pass the turn. Oh god, Zealous Conscripts would do it. I have, in fact, ripped like 4 major cards in a row. Ah, yes. He's going to start playing out his lands. We're going to win this game quick. We draw Swamp. Note that Killer Whale does not get reach, it gets flying. So we attack for 6. He chumps with the Angel. I guess I could have kept the Demon back and attacked with a Chroma. That was actually better. Maelstrom Colossus. It's a 7/7. Yep, it's actually just a killer whale. Okay, Sigma makes a 6. He gets a Thames' All-Seeing. So we untap. I can attack him for 9. We draw a mountain. Go to combat. This is white and blue, right? Yeah, okay. So we'll attack. Fire Breathe. Rave Decid, thank you for following. Fire Breathe again. Hit him to 7. And make a 6-drop. How's it going? We get a Tectonic Fiend. Pass the turn. Gentleman 7. Alright. Alright. I'll do a Gentleman 7. I will let you play out your land this turn. And then I'll make a 7, see if I get phaged. And then you can make a 7. Or just make a 6. Primordial Sage. Whenever you cast a creature spell, draw a card. Alright, I'm not paying the Echo cost. Alright. The Gentleman's 7. Here you go. The Phage check. Omnath Locus of Rage. It's pretty good. Oh, apparently I did it as a best of 1. Do you want to do one more, Sigma? We'll do one more. We'll play it like it's a best of 3. A worthy battle. Indeed. Any tips for a new player? Start with Strixhaven. It looks like a really fun set. I would play some limited maybe. Oh yeah, I would like to play first. Obviously going to keep. I'm not going to mulligan. Observe what Kano does, then don't do that. That's actually really good advice. Start Swamp. Pass the turn. I'll play one more like a best of 3. The confidence in this man right now. I meant to say we'll play one more and then realized that, you know what I meant. Anyway, play a Swamp. Make it 2. Discarding Island. We get a River Boa. All right. Yeah, sealed would be easier to start with. Play a mountain. Attack for 2. Why not play out all the colors? It's to minimize the chance of land walk. Blue is super bad in this format. You basically only want it if you have a really, really broken, like, upkeep cost creature or something like that. And, yeah, dodging Sundering Titan is important. Wow, he got a ping creature. That's really good. We draw a mountain. Go to combat. No, it doesn't. The Momir activation does not care about what mana you spent to cast or spent to activate it. Play a mountain. It's all about onboard effects. Genericized across all of Magic. So we'll make a 4. Molten Tail Masticore. That would be sick, and still sort of is, because it does have regenerate, but... All swamps. There are, and they are good, but they are outweighed by the number of creatures with Island Walk. Blind Hunter. We lose 2 life, he gains 2 life. We untap. Oh. I guess I'm not going to use Molten Tail Masticore because I have to discard a card every turn. Once again, Kano can't read. He's going to ping down the Boa. Yep. Play a mountain. Make a 5. Chakram Retriever. Partners with Chakram Slinger. Whenever you cast a spell during your turn, untap target creature. Okay, that card is just useless. Oh. Recall 33. Awesome. Sounds good. I hope you find one that fits the criteria. The rules are in the Fight Club channel. That's okay. If you play MTG Arena, as much as I don't like the client, it's the easiest Magic client to get involved in. Opponent's gonna make a 5. Ember Maw Hellion. That's not a bad creature at all. They're gonna hit us for 2. We go to 20. Untap. Draw a mountain. Play a mountain. Activate Momir. He says, as he plays a client, that he'll make YouTube content every day about installing. Sakashima's protege enters as a copy of a permanent... Oh, cool, I get another mountain! That's actually kind of huge. Pass the turn. Want to see that build video? Man, I don't have that kind of production value. We get pinged. He discards a wastes, making a 6 for Phantom Worm. fun. We're going to take a lot. Do we go for 9 now? You can. 8s are in general more powerful, but there are a couple of 9-drop creatures that are far stronger. So like in the 8-drop slot, you have like Avacyn, Grizzlebrand, that sort of stuff. In the 9-drop slot, the one that really matters is Blazing Archon, which is a 9-mana 5/5 that says creatures can't attack you. It's pretty insane. It basically means your opponent loses. We get to jump the curve and make an 8, though. Arcbound Overseer. That seems good. It's going to get bigger by itself. We get Timmed. All right. He's really playing around that Sundering Titan for some reason. He's going to hit us for 2 in the air. Sure. We really got to do something about that. The thing is, like, even if I got Blazing Archon now, he would still be able to ping me to death with Thornwind Fairies unless I was able to attack him down first. Which, like, in theory, I could. Alright, you know what? We're gonna make a 9. I may change my mind and start making 8s again, but... Discard a plains. The pool of 9s is a lot smaller than the pool of 8s, though. Oh my god. It happened. Flying 5/6, creatures can't attack you. Oh man, the 1 9-drop that's like insane. Now we're gonna make 8s from here on out. How does it feel to get outskilled? I'm still, like... I'm not in a fantastic spot, especially not with, I don't know, a Chroma. Oh, I can't attack into a Chroma. I can't attack into a Chroma, so now I have to die to Thornwind Fairies unless I can find an answer. Thanks for joining, Rave. Feel free to just ask questions in general or anything like that, even if we're not on stream or anything. Okay, we need to get some powerful 8-drops. Because I have to find an answer to the stupid fairies. We get a Walker of the Grove. When it leaves the battlefield, make a 4/4 green elemental token. Can you play 0-drop creatures in this format? Yes, but it is technically... It's not advisable. Why, are you hoping I'm going to get, like, Shield Sphere or something? Oh, now Sigma's going to make a 9. Demon of Death's Gate. I like this card. Alright, we untap. Yeah, we gotta go for 8s. 9 mana 9/9, gotta love it. True. Start making 3-drops and ping the pinger. Except most pingers have 1 toughness, so his pinger would kill my pinger. We get a Patron of the Orochi. Untap all forests and green creatures. Activate only once each turn. That would be insane if I had forests. I've got 8 turns to figure this out. Or 7 turns. Actually, realistically, it's more like 6. He's making a 10? Ancient Stone Idol. A 10 mana 12/12 with trample. Oh man. Go for Emrakul? It wouldn't even be good. I would have to take like 4 turns off. I seriously think making 8 drops is the plan. Abundant Maw. Unfortunately, does not gain me life. Pass the turn. I think 10s are more powerful than 9s, and technically more powerful than 8s. He just pinged his own pinger. You double-clicked. Did you lag? Because I'm willing to count this in a loss as a loss if I don't get anything in the next like 6 turns. How does it feel, Six Sigma, to punt in the way that Kano does? Alright, that's a 13/13 that dies on his upkeep. So I would be at 5 this turn. We get a Chorus of the Conclave. It has Forest Walk, but he doesn't have any forests. I mean, we can just keep playing if you're fine just keeping playing. I'll keep track if you want. This is probably the last game I'm going to play, though, unless it's over very quickly. Reaper King. Whenever another Scarecrow enters the battlefield under your control, destroy target permanent. Concern intensifies. We untap. Draw an island. Just flunge. No, that's how I lose. Sigma over there trying to do math on what permanent slot contains the most scarecrows. Alright, we're gonna make an 8. Nickel Bolus that we sack on our upkeep. Literally querying it as we speak. If I had to guess, I think it's 3. Between changelings and scarecrows, I think it's the 3-drop slot, because I know of like 3 or 4 different 3-mana scarecrows. I know it's not 2, and I know it's not 1. I'm assuming it's 3, but it could be 4 or 5. I mean, you could also make 10 drops and see if you can get a second Reaper King. Myojin of Seeing Winds. That's a 10 mana 3/3. We untap. Lagging like crazy. Alright. We sack Nicol Bolas because we don't have any islands. And we draw an island to add insult to injury. Gotta keep making the mates. Pitch Island. Waking Sun's Avatar is just a 7/7. If it wasn't for that Acroma, I could have attacked and killed him by now. We have to try Majosto at some point. I agree. Majosto is the Momir. You got Progenitus? Majosto is the Momir for creatures, the Joyra for sorceries and instants, and then Stonework Giant, which is you can make equipments or artifacts. I think it's just equipments. Stonehewer Giant. But it's basically Momir with like every permanent type. Discard Swamp. Well, that's probably lethal. I'm not 100% sure on how the combat math works out here, but I think Hoof is lethal. For the record, I think it was this turn or next turn I was dying. I don't know if I calculated it in such a way that this was the turn I was dead, or if Sigma had to untap. Hoof, there it is. Oh, I thought Acroma had lifelink for some reason. Oh, only negative 59. All right. Well, that was fun, Sigma. Thank you for recommending it. I almost forgot that was a thing. So we will definitely have to try out Majosto soon. And I don't know if you would have. I think that turn I was dead if you had kept the pinger. So really, I probably should have lost. But now you know how Kano feels when he clicks mulligan twice when he means to click keep. But yeah. Thank you everybody for tuning in. I want you to know that you're all wonderful human beings. Lots of support today. I'm crushing the tourney. Looking forward to it. Raved Acid, Recall 33, thank you for your follows and subscriptions. Jod Tarek, thank you for redeeming. And of course, Great Bone Daddy himself, thank you for subscribing. I really appreciate the viewership and everybody tuning in. This was a good stream. I'm pretty happy that we did this. Yes, don't forget, user tourney coming up. Deadline to submit a deck is Friday. You have to have Moto. We're playing over Moto. Contact Six Sigma in the Discord, ! Discord will get you to the Discord link. Yeah, come beat Kano at his own game. I've already submitted my deck list, so if you want to strategically spy, you can. It is in the hashtag Fight Club channel on the Discord. And yeah. No, I want you to know that you're all wonderful human beings, and I hope to see you guys in the next one. Bye.